Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Atlantic Motorsport Park for day two of the second round of the sArl Racing Series. For anyone that doesn't know me, I'm Corey Covier, the voice of sArl Racing. I welcome you to the park for an exciting day of racing here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. As you heard earlier, there's a little marshal break here. They're going to take a few minutes there, let the corner marshals check the woods. Then momentarily you'll hear the 5-minute call to get action started this morning, which is going to be the Stephanie Napier RMT Formula Femme 4-lap heat race. Let everyone know we're now streaming on YouTube. I posted the link on the sArl General Facebook page. You'll see it pop up there once the admins approve that post. You also see the schedule there as well. So anyone away from the track, let them know that they're able to listen in live here at Atlantic Motorsport Park via our official YouTube channel. Shout out to the broadcasting sponsor this year, which is Dial a Tire. For over 30 years, Dial a Tire has proudly served the Halifax community with reliable, honest, and high-quality automotive services. Whether it's tires, repairs, or routine maintenance, they bring decades of hands-on experience and customer care to every job. As a local family-run business, they treat every car like it's their own, delivering trusted service at competitive prices. So thank you, Dial a Tire, for sponsoring the broadcast for the 2026 season. Looking at the weather conditions for the day, looks like it's going to be an overcast day here in Shubenacadie. Temperatures in the high teens. So we're going to have temperatures in the high teens today. So you just heard the 5-minute call going out for the first heat race. As I mentioned, the Stephanie Napier RMT Formula Femme heat race. Shout out to Stephanie Napier for sponsoring the Formula Femme for the 2026 season. Stephanie is a registered massage therapist offering a blend of therapeutic and wellness massage at her home-based massage studio located in Ketch Harbor, Nova Scotia, focusing on pain relief and injury rehabilitation while also offering relaxation massages. She is dedicated to helping you achieve a pain-free and active lifestyle. Thank you, Stephanie, again for the sponsor for the 2026 season. Going to have 5 riders on the grid for this 4-lap heat race. Positions are gridded based on the championship points, with the current championship leader being rider number 196 out of Ketch Harbor, on board a 2018 Kawasaki ZX6R. Sponsored by Rally Motoplex, Halifax Motorsports, and T2B Interiors. That is the 196 of Kristen Whitehead. Middle of the front row, rider number 21 out of Oakfield, Nova Scotia, on board a Honda RS 125. Sponsored by Pro Cycle, Burnside Brewing Company, and G&S Equipment Rentals. The 21 is Stephanie Holman. Making up the front row, rider out of Lower Sackville. On board a 2009 Yamaha R6. Sponsored by Liberty CC, Plus Racing, and KYT. That is the 27 of Brianna Mosier. Second row, rider out of Memricook, New Brunswick. On board a 2009 Honda CBR 600. Sponsored by Mario. That is the 7 of Sasha Richard. And making up the field, rider number 70, Julia Behemier. All right, riders now making their way out onto the track for their one warm-up lap, and then they'll come to a stop here on the front straight and get in their grid positions. For anyone new to the track, I'll point you out a few spots there that are good to watch the racing here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. Start off with turn 1 there. There is a set of bleachers there. As you turn right to come towards the paddock on the left-hand side, set of bleachers there. Great to see the action going down into turn 1. You can also see the riders coming down the front straightaway. From there, you can also see turn 3 and a bit of turn 4 as well. Another spot is on the berm there on the back side of turn 2. So if you go down the tunnel, make your way out to turn 2. You get to see the riders coming down turn 1, through turn 2, 3, 4, and then you get to do a 180 and see the riders come over the top of 5 and down the back straightaway. 3, you'll see there's a set of bleachers there. You can see the riders coming down the front straightaway. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and a bit down the back straightaway as well. If you make your way down the infield, through the tunnel, you can make yourself all the way down here and watch for. There's a set of bleachers there. You can watch turn 9 as well down from that area. Also, bleachers here in turn 11. So here we can see them coming off the back straightaway through 7, 8, and 9, 10, 11, and catch them a bit here coming down the front straightaway. And there's also the favorite spot up here in the tower on the second level. There you can see every corner of the track except for down turn 1 into 2. Riders in the starters' orders, and we're racing. Sunday, round 2 has kicked off down into turn 1. Believe that was Kristen Whitehead with the hole shot. It is Stephanie Holman in the lead out of turn 2. Bike length back, Kristen Whitehead. About 5, 6 bike lengths back, Brianna Mosier. Sasha Richard in 4th. and Julia Bohemier in 5th. Now through turn 4, Stephanie Holman about 4 bike lengths ahead of Kristen Whitehead. Now over the top of 5. Here they come. You'll see the horsepower differential here down the back straightaway. RS 125, great at the corner speeds. That ZX6R, the pro of that one in this battle between the lightweight and the sport bike, is the horsepower down the back straightaway. But Kristen Whitehead electing to tuck up behind Stephanie Holman through 8 and 9. Now making her way around 10 up to 11. A couple of bike lengths here back coming onto the front straightaway. Riders side by side there down the front straightaway. See what's coming out of turn 2. Stephanie Holman still with the lead out of turn 2. Kristen Whitehead only about 2 bike lengths back, making it about 3 or 4 on the exit of turn 3 there. But she is quite close to Stephanie Holman this time by. We may see a move here into turn 7 as they're now making their way to the back straightaway. Looks like there's a battle shaping up for the last front row start here for the full-length race this afternoon between Brianna Mosier and Sasha Richard. That's coming over the top of 5 here now. That's only 4 bike lengths difference between those two riders. Leaders turning into turn 9. Stephanie Holman able to hold off Kristen Whitehead this time by. They're going to get the halfway marker as this is a 4-lap heat race here, so we are halfway through this Stephanie Napier RMT Formula Femme heat race. Again, Kristen Whitehead getting almost side by side. That's what it looks like here from the tower. Other battle I was mentioning between Brianna Mosier and Sasha Richard coming down the front straightaway. Only about 0.2 of a second separating those two riders across the line. Sasha Richard trying to make a front row start this afternoon as she's coming out of turn 3. About 4 bike lengths back there now, maybe 5. Brianna able to get a better drive there between 3 and 4. But up to the leaders. Stephanie Holman able to hold off Kristen Whitehead again down the back straightaway as she continues to maintain the lead there through turn 9. Now through 10 and 11 onto the front straightaway. We'll see that horsepower be able to pull up beside Stephanie Holman here again. The riders get the last lap flag side by side down the front straightaway. Looks like Kristen Whitehead able to get the outside move there in turn 1. We'll see what happens here out of turn 2. It is Kristen Whitehead able to take over the lead from Stephanie Holman, now through 3 up to 4, about 5 bike lengths between the two. Stephanie able to get a little closer there in turn number 4 as they head towards the back straightaway. Kristen Whitehead should be able to open up a few more bike lengths down the back straightaway, but you'll see her into turn 7. Stephanie Holman pushing hard. She may try an inside move here into turn 9. She may not be close enough, though. She's about 5 bike lengths back. But look at that. She gobbled up 5 bike lengths in the length of the brake markers into turn 9. Now only a couple of bike lengths back, but unfortunately the front straightaway is going to benefit that ZX6R. Drag race to the finish. Kristen Holman able to come through with the win, followed by Stephanie Holman in second. Third place rider, Brianna Mosier, coming out of turn 9. Sasha Richard a little bit too far back to pull any moves this time by. It's only the heat race, so I'm sure Sasha Richard understands that. And she'll be able to set her sights on the full-length feature race this afternoon. Fifth place rider, Julia Bohemier, coming off the back straightaway into turn 9. Now one go for Julie. To make up the field for the Stephanie Napier RMT Formula Femme full-length race this afternoon.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. 5-minute call, Thunder heat race. 5-minute call, Thunder heat race.
Well, I'm taking a little breather here, getting ready for the next heat race, just to let all the spectators know there's going to be 17 riders in this next heat race, so I encourage you to get to a spot to watch this heat race. 17 riders out there in the Lucas Oil Thunder heat race, so going to be some fun battles to watch here this morning. So I encourage you to get to your favorite spot to watch this race. All right, riders now making their way through the paddock to pit lane to get ready for their warm-up lap of this Lucas Oil Thunder Heat Race. Shout out to the sponsor. It was Gary McKinnon who reached out to Lucas Oil, and Gary sent me a message, just a little thank you to Lucas Oil and a little understanding of Lucas Oil and what they have done for his racing career. Lucas Oil has been a great sponsor for Gary for the past 16 seasons. John Cole, an awesome guy, and the Lucas Oil product, simply amazing. They offer a wide range of race products, and he has never had an engine failure using their oils. So a lot of testament there with Gary's extensive racing career. When he asked and reached out to Lucas Oil and John Cole to sponsor the class, he was happy to do so without hesitation. So thank you, Lucas Oil and Gary, for bringing on Lucas Oil for sponsoring the Thunder class for the 2026 season. Run you through the order. As the last heat race, this one is gridded on championship points. The current championship leader, hailing out of Beaverbank, Nova Scotia, on board a Kramer EBO 690. That is the number 4 of Jack Robowski. In the middle of the second row, rider number 66, out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, on board a Kawasaki 500, the 66 of Matt Covey. Making up the front row on a Kawasaki 400, the 132 of Corey Canfield. Second row sees the 195 out of Orangedale, Cape Breton, on board a Kawasaki 400, sponsored by Good Robot Brewing, Jazz Cabbage, and the Float Center, the 195 of Angus Campbell. Making her way out there again, rider number 21 out of Oakfield, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Pro Cycle, Burnside Brewing Company, and G&S Equipment Rentals, the 21 is Stephanie Holman. Third row is the 78 of Jason Rideout, the 60 out of 9 Mile River, Nova Scotia, on board a Kawasaki 400, the 60 of Mike Kemp. Right out of Sambro, on board a CF Moto 450. That is the 68 of Paul Clark. Fourth row sees the 72 out of Sambro Head, on board a CF Moto 450. Sponsored by Sambro Cycle Service, CanMac Motorsport, and Janman Leathers, the 72 of Scott Campbell. Making up the fourth row, the 24 out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, on board a Yamaha R3, the 24 of Darcy George. Rider out of South Bar, on board a Kawasaki Ninja 400, sponsored by Robertson Electrical Supply, his visa and hard work, the 46 of Jarrett Campbell. Quickly go through the order. The 95 of William Martin, the 111 of Jonathan Anderson, the 96 of Chad Whitehead, the 97 of Dwayne Finley, and the 13 of Ruan Berdino. We are racing. From up here, looks like it's Matt Covey with the hole shot down into turn 1. Out of turn 2, it is Matt Covey, followed by Jack Robowski. Corey Canfield in third. Angus Campbell in fourth. I believe that's Jason Rideout in fifth. Through turn 4. About 4 bike lengths is the lead that Matt Covey has over the top of 5. Now heading on to the back straightaway. Corey Canfield right there in third. He's about 5 bikes, maybe about a little bit more down the back straightaway. The power of that Kramer pulling away from him down the back straightaway. Now into 7, up into towards turn 9. Well, what a move from Ruan Berdino up the inside of Paul Clark in turn number 8. But it's the rider, Jonathan Anderson, getting around both of those riders into turn number 9. moving himself up into, I believe, the 7th place position there. Now coming on to the front straightaway. Down into turn number 1. Great race in there from the 111 of Jonathan Anderson. Ruan Berdino on the inside of Paul Clark. Jonathan Anderson deciding to take the inside move. But you can see now all the riders battled up there into turn number 3. Ruan Berdino up the inside of Jason Rideout. Into turn number 3. Ruan Berdino, the rider on the move, starting from the back of the pack. Fast rider here at Atlantic Motorsport Park from Brazil. Now down the back straightaway. Right on the rear wheel of Stephanie Holman. Into turn number 7. We'll see if he's able to get close enough for an inside move here into 9. And Berdino only a bike length back. We'll see. He's tried to outbrake Stephanie Holman. He has. He's taken over that 5th place position from Stephanie Holman. Jonathan Anderson right on the back of Stephanie Holman as well. Through 10, heading here onto the front straightaway. Riders getting the halfway mark. 2 laps to go. Matt Covey through turn 3. Still about 6 bike lengths ahead of Jack Robowski. We'll see what happens here as there's only 2 laps left to go. So Jack Robowski needs to work that Kramer a little bit closer to Matt Covey if he's going to want to get pole position for the race this afternoon. Riders at the front starting to stretch out a bit. A little bit of a gap there between all the riders. So the closest battle right now is Darcy George on the back wheel of Stephanie Holman down the back straightaway. But Jonathan Anders side by side with Darcy George into turn number 7. That has taken over the 7th place position from, or 8th I should say, from Darcy George. Now onto the front straightaway. Last lap flag for Matt Covey. Down into turn number 1. Riders coming down out of turn 2. Matt Covey about 4 bike lengths ahead of Jack Robowski. Out of turn number 3. This is the closest Jack has been to Matt Covey during these so far 3 laps of this Lucas Oil Thunder Heat race. Through 4 over the top of 5. Still a little bit too far back for Jack to make a move here on Matt Covey. But down the back straightaway, look at the horsepower of that Kramer. He has gone up the inside of Matt Covey into turn 7. Matt Covey staying side by side with Jack there in turn 7. We'll see if Matt Covey tries to move on the inside here. Jack, an experienced rider here, took the inside line away from Matt Covey into turn number 9. So right now, Jack holding the lead through 10, coming onto the front straightaway. Jack Robowski, with only a couple of corners to go, able to pull off the win, followed by Corey Canfield in 3rd. Ruan Berdino putting in his fastest lap the last time by, able to get himself up into 4th. Chad Whitehead moves up to the 2nd row. He was 6th to start the race, so for the full featured Lucas Oil Thunder race this afternoon, we'll see Chad Whitehead starting from the 2nd row. The 195 of Angus Campbell finishing in 6th, followed by Stephanie Holman and Jonathan Anderson. Darcy George in 9th, followed by Jason Rideout. Jarrett Campbell in 11th, followed by Mike Camp, Dwayne Finley, William Martin, Paul Clark in 15th, followed by Scott Campbell to make up the field. Now a few moments away from the first full-length feature race for the day, which is the Nova Drilling Catch 22. Shout out to the sponsor, Nova Drilling. Nova Drilling provides geotechnical, environmental, and marine infrastructure drilling services throughout the Maritimes and Nunavut. The main type of drilling offered is diamond core, which provides a bedrock core sample for engineering consultants to design foundations and install environmental monitoring wells. Shout out to Nova Drilling for sponsoring the Catch 22 class for the 2026 season. There'll be 14 riders making their way out onto the track for this 7-lap Catch 22 second race of the weekend. The current championship leader, rider number 15 out of Parlesboro, on board a 2013 Honda CBR 600, sponsored by Nicole Burr and Asylum Racing. That is the 15 of Pat Patterson. Middle of the front row, second in the points, rider 295 out of Bedeck, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Nova Drilling and Bedeck Barine, the 295 of Angus McClarty. Making up the front row, the 27 out of Lower Sackville, on board a 2009 Yamaha R6, sponsored by Liberty CC, Plus Racing, and KYT, the 27 of Brianna Mosher. Second row, rider number 88 out of Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia, sponsored by HBA Chartered Professional Accountants. That is the 88 on board the Kawasaki ZX6R of John McRae. Third row, the 73 of Robert McGuinness, the 36 of Lucas Bull, and the 53 out of Lake Echo on board a Yamaha R3, sponsored by the Hungry Beagle, the 53 of Jim Marlowe. Row number 4 would have seen the 12 of Ian Forster, but unfortunately, with some leg soreness, he's elected to throw on the white suit and is quarter-marshalling in turn 9 instead of racing this afternoon. So, hope for a quick recovery there for you, Ian Forster. And thank you for helping out the corner marshals there in turn number 9. Making up the front row, or the fourth row, sorry. The rider number 130 of Adam L. Ba. Fifth row sees the 29 of Eric Spinney. The 224 out of Wedgwood, Nova Scotia. On board a GSX 250, sponsored by Precious Metal Racing, the 224 of Kevin Burr. Taking up the fifth row is the 65 of Sylvain Godin. Sixth row, number 7, Sasha Richard, sponsored by Mario, and the 35 of Jay George. And we're racing. Looks like it's Pat Patterson with the hole shot. For anyone new to the track, the Catch 22 class can be any rider or any bike. The whole premise is for anyone that is currently doing lap times less than 1:22. As soon as you get below 1:22, you'll be disqualified. And if you do it a couple of times here, you'll not be able to register for the Catch 22. A little bit of talk from yesterday's race. The current leader, John McRae, who's got around Angus Campbell, Pat Patterson through turn 4. He actually broke out yesterday, did 1:20. So if he does that again today, looks like his racing career in the Catch 22 will be over. Pat Patterson sitting there in second. Angus Campbell getting around Brianna Mosher, and now around Pat Patterson into turn number 9. So right now, Pat Patterson, the current championship leader of the Nova Drilling Catch-22, sitting there in second. Angus Campbell third. Brandon Mosier in fourth. Lucas Bull in fifth, followed by Tony Martin. So keep an eye on the lap times here. Soon as that a rider gets below the 122, they're immediately removed from the top of the order or wherever their current position is and move to the back of the standing. So I'll keep an eye on the lap times. John McRae checking out again. I have a feeling he's going to get below that 122 mark, as he's now down the back straightaway, easily about 6-7 seconds ahead of Angus Campbell. Sorry, that is Pat Patterson. Pat Patterson able to get around Angus McClarty, but now into turn 7. Looks like Angus McClarty. Oh, that's not Angus McClarty. That is Brianna Mosier. To look around for where Angus McClarty is. Not sure if he had a moment there. He was riding at the top there. We have some breakouts. John McRae has broken out. He is, which now puts the Brianna Mosier also breaking out. So there's 2 riders. So the leader is on the track is not the leader of this race. Now Angus Campbell, who he did a 122.279, or Angus McClarty, sorry. All over the place here. I was trying to find where Angus Campbell is. We do have a rider down in turn number 4. Rider up and walking away towards the to the battle bags there. So rider up and okay. Not sure who that rider is. But John McRae onto the front straightaway, not the leader. Here's Angus McClarty onto the front straightaway. We'll see if he is able. Angus McClarty still above the 122 mark. So right now it is Angus McClarty, followed by Pat Patterson and Sasha Richard in third, Lucas Bull in fourth, followed by Robert McGuinness in fifth. So you'll see the yellow flag out there in turn number 3. That's to let the riders know that there is someone down there in turn number 4. Leader, Angus McClarty, coming over the top of 5. He has a large lead because the rider behind him is Brianna Mosier, who has broken out. So the rider in second, Pat Patterson, back there battling with Sasha Richard, who is in third. Now coming down the back straightaway. Robert McGuinness able to get around Sasha Richard out there on the track. So now it is Robert McGuinness battling here for into second, into turn number 9. Robert McGuinness able to get around Pat Patterson into turn number 9. So that means now Robert McGuinness, last time across the line, he was fifth, now moving up to second. Robert McGuinness putting in his fastest lap of the race with a 123.5. So Robert McGuinness pushing hard there to get up into that second place position. Couple of battles to watch out there as we come through turn 3. Pat Patterson not letting Robert McGinnis get away as he's right on the rear wheel. That's the battle for second and third through turn number 4. Sasha Richard about 5-6 bike lengths back there, sitting in the 4th place position. So right in front of her is a podium position. Lucas Bull right behind Sasha Richard by about 4 bike lengths, followed by Tony Martin as they're heading down the back straightaway. Into turn number 7, Pat Patterson able to get around Robert McGinnis into turn number 7. Robert McGinnis going side by side with Pat Patterson into turn number 9, and it's Pat Patterson able to hold off Robert McGinnis in turn number 9. Robert McGinnis taking an inside move there into turn 11. Sasha Richard's head sponsor, Mario, giving her the go, go, go sign there on pit lane. Looking at the lap times, top riders a couple of seconds away from the 22 mark there, so still lots of leeway for these riders here. As I mentioned before, it's the 22-second mark. So over the top of 5, this is the battle I'm watching here, is Pat Patterson and Robert McGinnis. Now down the back straightaway, we'll see if Robert McGinnis is going to be able to try an inside move here into turn 9. He's going to have to get a little bit closer to Pat. Here he comes, 2 bike lengths, 3 bike lengths. He's trying an inside move, but Pat Patterson has pulled the block in turn number 9. That may kill his drive here. Coming out of turn 9, Robert McGinnis thinking an outside move in turn number 9, just not close enough. As the rider, Angus McClarty, getting the last lap flag, so only 1 lap to go here. Oh, that was so close for Pat Patterson and Robert McGinnis. They're about 8/10 away, with Robert McGinnis being half a second away. So keep an eye on those lap times across the line. Them two battling may push each other below the 122 mark as they're now coming through turn 3. Pat able to open up about 5 bike lengths between 3 and 4 here. We'll see what happens here down the back straightaway and into turn 9. Sasha Richard holding off Lucas Bull through turn 4. She's about 4 bike lengths ahead of Lucas Bull. If these 2 riders in front of her break out, that is pulled Sasha Richard onto a podium position, followed by Lucas Bull. So right now, Pat Patterson holding off Robert McGinnis into turn number 9. That is for second. Robert McGinnis again trying an outside move into turn number 9. Not able to pull that off. Here comes the winner, Angus McClarty. Keep an eye on these lap times. Oh, both of them. Pat Patterson and Robert McGinnis have broken out. That has moved Sasha Richard into the 2nd place position, followed by Lucas Bull in 3rd. Robert McGinnis broke out by 8 thousandths of a second. It was that close across the line. So, Angus McClarty taking the win, followed by Sasha Richard, Lucas Bull in 3rd, Tony Martin in 4th, Jim Marlowe in 5th, Eric Spinney making his debut here at Atlantic Motorsport Park, finishing in 6th. 7th sees Kevin Burr, followed by the rider number 65 coming on to the front straightaway. And a battle there with Jay George is Sylvain Godin and Jay George. All the racing fans, racing families know that she has just finished second due to those two riders in front of her breaking out. So sArl finishing on the podium. All right, bike recovery now heading out to turn number 4 to pick up the bike to bring back. That is rider number 130 of Adam Alban. Just a few minutes ago, you heard a 5-minute call went out. What we're doing here before lunch is we are doing a memorial for a member of our racing family that we lost earlier this year. Michelle Perry, been here part of the community for many years. To show a tribute to Michelle Perry and being part of our family, all the riders are going to congregate on pit lane. Her motorcycle here on the back of the trailer here. We are going to make 2 laps around the track to show what Michelle Perry meant to our racing family here. Corner marshals making their way to the edge of the track. You'll see special stickers that were made up for Michelle Perry. You'll see them on the front windshield, front cowl of the racers. All the motorcycles supporting that sticker for Michelle Perry. Breeze. Motorcycle now making its way onto the front straightaway. The memorial has now made its way off the racetrack. So for information here at the track, we are now heading into our lunch break. We'll have a 1-hour lunch break, and after the lunch break, we'll start off with the Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Sport Bike Race 2 of the weekend, directly after lunch, which will be 1 hour. Oh, as we just heard, racing about to kick off here momentarily with the Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Sport Bike. Second race for them this weekend. Shout out to Finish Line Motorcycle Supply for continuing to sponsor sArl Racing and sponsoring the sport bike category in 2026. Finish Line Motorcycle Supply, you can see them about halfway up the paddock. A very recognizable tent there, the checkered flag tent with Finish Line Motorcycle Supply along the side of it. Run by Albon Neves. He's got tires, knee sliders, air vests, rear sets, stands, everything you could ask for at a racetrack. Thanks to Albon for all his dedication to increasing all his supplies here at the track. In 2029, Albon came to A&P to take the HPRA, returning the next race round to get out and do a bit of racing. Albon kept asking people where they buy their race parts local, as every time he wanted to upgrade a part on his street bike to make it into a race bike, he ordered online. With the response that we had no local business dedicated to race parts, Albon decided to take the chance and start Finish Line Motorcycle Supply. Every chance he has gotten, he's added more stock with the support of local riders, along with now a growing support from riders in other areas. So again, thanks Albon for sponsoring the Pro Sport Bike category for 2026. 5 riders on the grid for this Pro Sport Bike race. On pole position out of Cocaine, New Brunswick. Sponsored by Sasha. Mario on board. A 2009 Honda CBR 750, the number 5 of Mario Richard. To his left, rider 17. Out of Upper Coverdale, New Brunswick. On board a 2015 CBR 600. Sponsored by his credit cards and his wife is the 17 of Caleb Knowles. Making up the front row, rider number 62. Sponsored by Burnside Brewing and Sugar Mama Racing. That is the 62 of Phil Warnell. Second row, rider out of Ellerslie, PEI. On board a 2009 Yamaha R6. Sponsored by Gillis Heavy Equipment, DC Tire, Dennis Motors. Ellerslie Right Stop is the 37 of Andy Hutchinson. And making up the field, rider number 41 of Crowdis Roberts. All right, the 5 riders are sitting there in pit lane. They're heading out there now, so we are moments away from racing starting this afternoon with this Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Sport Bike. Second race for them this weekend. Quite the race yesterday. Mario Richard got the lead, pulled ahead a few seconds. The battle was between the 17 of Caleb Knowles and the 62 of Phil Warnell. Two of them battling out the whole entire race, with Phil Warnell able to come through the victor of that battle, finishing in second, Caleb in third. All right, riders now coming out of turn 9, heading towards the front straightaway. So I'd encourage you to get to the stands, find a spot to watch this race. Pole sitter Mario Richard has the choice of inside or outside on the front row. He is elected to take the inside. Riders now in their positions under the starter's orders. Red flag up, red flag down. Lights out, we're racing. Side by side, Caleb Knowles and Mario Richard. Looks like down into turn 1, it was Mario Richard with the hole shot. It is coming out of turn 2, side by side with Caleb Knowles, but Mario Richard has the preferred inside line into turn number 3. So Mario Richard, a bike length ahead of Caleb Knowles. About 5 bike lengths back there is Phil Warnell. See what happens here as the corners tick down. If Phil Warnell is able to catch those 2 in front of him. Mario Richard down the back straightaway. 3 bike lengths ahead of Caleb Knowles into turn 7. About half a second back. Phil Warnell. Little wheelie from Caleb Knowles between 7 and 8. But Mario Richard holding the lead into turn 9. Andy Hutchinson up the inside of Crodus Roberts into turn 9. He was able to hold that line and has taken over the 4th place position. Now onto the front straightaway. Mario Richard, couple of bike lengths ahead. Three-tenths of a second back was Caleb Knowles. 2 seconds back, Phil Warnell. We'll see coming out of turn 2. Mario Richard, 3 bike lengths ahead of Caleb Knowles through turn 3, charging towards turn 4. Looks like the gap is about the same back to Phil Warnell. So the battle right now, first and second, rages through turn 4, heading towards the back straightaway. 3 bike lengths between the 2, over the top of 5. Mario Richard, great drive over the top of 5, has opened it up to about 6 bike lengths down the back straightaway into turn 7. Caleb Knowles got a couple back there through 7 up to 8, but nowhere near close enough to try any moves into turn 9. Out of turn 9, Mario Richard, great drive through 10 here, up to 11. About 4 bike lengths. Riders pushing hard out there this afternoon. Both Mario Richard and Caleb Knowles down to the minute 11s out there, pushing hard this afternoon. At pit lane there, I've seen Mario Richard's main sponsor, Sasha Richard, giving Mario Richard the signal to let him know that Caleb Knowles is right there behind him. Now over the top of 5, about 6 bike lengths between the 2 riders down the back straightaway. Into turn 7. There's still going to be 7 laps to go when they cross the line, so lots of time for this race to shake out here. So Caleb Knowles sitting back there in second. About 4 bike lengths back. Maybe trying to study Mario Richard's line, finding out maybe a pass in a few corners. Or he may be pushing as hard as he can out there to stay with Mario Richard. Caleb Knowles a little bit faster there than Mario Richard. Both riders, though, still into the minute 11, so fast lap times out there this afternoon. The 2 now making their way through turn 3. Still about 5-6 bike lengths between the 2 riders. Phil Warnell in third. Cross the line, he was 5.7 seconds back. So not able to latch onto the back for the race win this afternoon. Down the back straightaway, another great drive over the top of 5 for Mario Richard. Opened up a couple of more bike lengths, but into the braking section of 7. Caleb Knowles got a couple of bike lengths back there. See what happens here into turn 9 if you can get a couple of more there, but right now it looks like it's around 5 bike lengths through turn 9 as they come out now. Heading now onto the front straightaway, Mario Richard. Still into the 11s. He was 0.3 of a second faster there, and that's why that gap opened up this time by. So across the line, 0.8 of a second between Mario Richard and Caleb Knowles. Continuing to push hard out there is Mario Richard. Now towards turn 4. Looks like it's still about that 0.8 of a second there through turn 4. We'll see about this drive again. Mario Richard has been getting a great drive over the top of 5. Down the back straightaway. Looks like he's opened it up to about a second there now down the back straightaway. So continuing to make Caleb Knowles have to push hard to even stay with them. Again, a little wheelie between 7 and 8 from Caleb Knowles. Now into turn 9. Third rider coming up through 7 there, Phil Warnell. Fourth place rider, Andy Hutchinson, tipping into turn 7. He's about 8-9 seconds ahead of the fifth place rider of Curtis Roberts. Now the halfway marker. Mario Richard continuing to stay in the 11s. Caleb Knowles now back into the minute 12s. Not able to stay there with Mario Richard. Was talking with Caleb Knowles there during the break. Said he made some adjustments to the bike. Made the handlebars come out a little bit wider. Seemed like it had his elbows too tight into the bike. In turn for that, it made the bike tip in quicker. He made a couple other adjustments, so he said he was just trying to get used to it there this morning. So maybe a little bit of unfamiliarity with that CBR 600 this afternoon. But right now, Mario Richard pushing hard, continuing to stay in the 11s. 4 laps in a row into the 11s. We'll see where he's at as he's coming out onto the front straightaway, what his lap times are now. A little bit slower for Mario Richard, but still into the 11s. Caleb Knowles, half a second slower than Mario Richard, so now it's 1.5 seconds between those two riders. They're now heading their way towards turn 4. A gap between all the riders out there. And in anyone that was here yesterday, seen a great battle between Caleb Knowles and Phil Warnell right from start to the finish. Every corner, those riders were only separated by a bike or two. But now today, whatever changes these riders made, including Mario Richard putting on a clinic this afternoon, continuing to stay consistently into the 11s, putting a great race this afternoon. So be interesting to hear from him later on the day, if there's any changes or anything he made from yesterday to today. Mario is first 12-3, but it's Caleb Knowles with a 13.7 that has allowed that gap to open up to 3 seconds now. So there's only 3 laps left to go here, and that 3-second gap starting to increase with every corner. Phil Warnell coming out of turn 2. Has a lonely ride himself, followed by Andy Hutchison across the line. Curtis Roberts there. New machinery for him this year. Says he enjoys running that bike. He picked it up from Ontario, though, between round 1 and 2. So first time on the bike this weekend. Spend the weekend shaking it down, finding out any tweaks to suspension or just getting used to how a new bike tips in. Different torque for all the different bikes out there, so you have to get used to that as well. Now down into turn 1, Caleb Knowles into the 14s. He's seen Mario Richard get away knowing that he couldn't catch him, so now he's just trying to ride that CBR 600 home for a second place finish, knowing that Phil Warnell is quite a few seconds back himself. So on cruise control there now on that CBR 600. Mario Richard, though, almost back into the 11s. So he's continuing to push hard out there, like 69 thousandths of a second away from 11. So he is not slowing down out there as he's coming now off the back straightaway into turn 9. Last lap flag in the hand as the leader comes onto the front straightaway. (12-1) from Mario Richard. Track the leader as he's now got 7 corners to go. Makes his way towards turn 4. Mario Richard. That's CBR 750. Over the top of 5. From Kokan, New Brunswick. Off the back straightaway. Into turn 7. Now 2 corners to go for Mario Richard to make it the double this weekend. Turn 10, heading his way towards the front straightaway. Rider number 5, Mario Richard. Does the double. 17, Caleb Knowles. Moves up 1 position from his finish yesterday in the Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Sport Bike race number 1. Was 3rd, coming across in 2nd. Phil Warnell down from 1 spot yesterday in 3rd. Andy Hutchinson coming out of turn 9. 2 corners to go for himself. Fifth place rider, 41, Acrotis Roberts, makes his way on to the front straightaway. Coming across the line in 5th. All right, up next is the Good Robot Brewing Company Amateur Sport Bike Race 2 of the weekend. Shout out to the sponsor, Good Robot Brewing, for sponsoring the Amateur Sport Bike category for 2026. Good Robot Brewing is Nova Scotia's curator of quirky craft beer experiences. Find their products at your local NSLC, ANBL, or PEILC. If they don't have it, ask the staff. Or if you're interested in an evening out, visit their patio in Elmsdale at the Halifax Commons or head to the original bar in the north end of Halifax. Thank you again to Good Robot Brewing Company for sponsoring this category for 2026. Starting from pole position, rider out of Stratford, PEI, on board a 2006 Yamaha R6, sponsored by the Gray Group. That is the number 6 of Carson Gray. Fortunately, the rider in the middle of the front row had a tip-off there in turn number 7. Bike took quite the tumble. Not able to get back out there this afternoon. For this category, he'll be riding in the lightweight. That's the 22 of Antoine Slater. Making up the front row, rider number 30 out of Union Corner, Nova Scotia. On board a 2006 Kawasaki ZX6R. That is the 30 of George Church. Second row sees the 61 out of Brookfield, Nova Scotia, on board a 2008 GSXR 600. Sponsored by Four Seasons Central Washing, Pro Cycle, Miller Time Racing, and Finish Line Motorcycle Supply. That's the 61 of Bailey Ives. Second row sees his return to racing here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. Rider number 58. On board a ZX6R of Sean Kelly. Making up the field, rider number 49 of Max Holt. Riders in their positions. Flags up, flag down, and we're racing. Looks like it's Carson Gray down into turn 1. Bailey Ives from the second row moving up into second. Out of turn 2, Carson Gray, followed by Bailey Ives. In third is George Church. No, that's Sean Kelly, followed by George Church and Max Holt in 5th. Now through, coming out of 4. Carson Gray ran a little wide there out of 4. We'll see what happens here over the top of 5. If Bailey Ives is able to quickly gobble and get onto the back of Carson Gray, he is now 1 bike length back. We'll see if he tries an inside move here into 7. He was thinking about it. Just not close enough. He had to let off the gas as he was right beside the rear wheel of Carson Gray. But up the inside comes Bailey Ives into turn number 9. Able to hold that line through turn 9. So Bailey Ives taking over the race lead from Carson Gray through turn 9. Now onto the front straightaway. Oh, big head shake from Bailey Ives coming on to the front straightaway. In the racing world, we call that a tank slapper. Best way to get out of that is give it more throttle. Loosen up, take the weight off the front end. He was able to maintain that speed down the front straightaway. Carson Gray down through turn 2 was able to get a little bit closer, but now they're heading over the top of 5. Between 3, 4, and 5, Bailey Ives now opened up about a second over Carson Gray down the back straightaway. Now into turn 7. Bailey Ives not here round 1 our regional round conflicted with the national round. Talking with Bailey yesterday evening, said he's going to be able to maintain the rest of the season here. So he, in order to be a contender here for the championship, Bailey Ives is going to have to finish ahead of Carson Gray for the rest of the season to try to gobble back 50 points he lost in that first round. Now through turn 3. Bailey Ives across the line was 1.4 seconds ahead of Carson Gray. Looks like it might have opened up a little bit more there over the next couple of corners. Now they're heading on to the back straightaway. Looks like it might be 2.5, maybe 3 seconds now down the back straightaway. Now into number 9, Bailey Ives. Looks like it's definitely closer, 3, maybe 4 seconds now as they come onto the front straightaway. Again, a huge tank slapper. Bailey Ives down into the minute 11s. Carson Gray a 13.4. That's what's opening it up to 3 seconds there now. Sean Kelly onto the front straightaway, sitting himself in third. George Church, on Blaine Pellerin's old bike. Very signature paint scheme, very recognizable of Blaine Pellerin here this weekend, watching the festivities. Good to see Blaine there, see him watching the track here in turn 11. Hopefully see Blaine throw his leg over bike again, and very exciting rider to watch. Now up to the leader, Bailey Ives onto the front straightaway. Much cleaner that time, onto the front straightaway. Third place rider, Sean Kelly, making his way through turn 9. Across the line, the gap between third and fourth. Believe that to be around about 8 seconds. We now have 6 laps left to go here. See if they can track the leader. Bailey Ives coming off the back straightaway, coming into turn number 7. A little bit of a battling happening here in the race yesterday for the first portion of it. Bailey able to pull away there near the end. But today he has checked out right from turn 9 after he got around on an inside move there, as he's get the halfway marker there, signifying 5 laps to go of this Good Robot Brewing Company Amateur Sport Bike Race 2 of the weekend. Third place rider, Sean Kelly, coming on to the front straightaway. Cross the line, putting in his fastest lap of the race. Pushing down to the 18.7s. Said throughout the year he'd like to get down closer to his personal best of a 1:15. Says he's happy with the new bike and would like to continue to work off the rust from not racing here for a little while. Watching Bailey Ives coming onto the front straightaway. Front end continuing to get loose on that GSXR 600. You can see him fighting it coming onto the front straightaway. Quite a bit of body language there from Bailey Ives as he makes his way out of turn 11. At the moment, he's through turn 4. Across the line, 8 seconds between the two. Leader now coming into turn 9. Going to run into a little bit of lap traffic here. Max Holt there a couple of seconds ahead of him here. Now coming onto the front straightaway, we'll see Bailey Ives. Should be able to get around Max Holt down into turn 11, and he has. Carson Gray down into turn 1. Even though he's finishing second, he's going to continue to hold the championship. Mentioned earlier, Bailey Ives doing the national round during round 1. So Carson Gray still holding on to that championship. Currently 3 laps to go. Bailey Ives the leader coming through turn 10 here now. Now 11 onto the front straightaway. Going to be 2 laps to go here for Bailey Ives. Carson Gray able to get around Max Holt there down into turn 1. I was following him around 9, 10, and 11. Very smart riding from Carson Gray, not trying to push the element to get around lap traffic. He knew he had a gap behind him to the third place rider, so he took his time to get around the lap traffic. That's where you'll see the minute 16 on the timing there. That's smart riding from Carson Gray to take his time and find an optimal spot there to get around Max Holt. Leader now coming through turn 10. 1 corner to go. He's going to head on to the front straightaway here. He's going to get the last lap flag. So now 11 corners to go for Bailey Ives to pull the double off here. Follow the leader through his last lap here. Now through turn 4. Over the top of 5 comes Bailey Ives. 13 seconds ahead of Carson Gray. Now into turn 7. 3 corners to go. Bailey Ives just behind George Church here, so we're going to see some creative flagging here from Chris Troop. He's got the last lap flag and the checker flag for Bailey Ives. Hopefully, Bailey Ives should know that he did get the checker flag there. He does know he is slowing down, so Bailey Ives, little wheelie between 2 and 3. I'm sure his pit crew's hoping he doesn't stop for another burnout like he did in the national round. Bailey Ives excited to pull off the double there. In second, Carson Gray continuing to hold his championship into round 3. Sean Kelly coming through turn 9 here now. A couple of corners to go. Sean Kelly here now onto the front straightaway. Last podium position, number 3 for Sean Kelly. George Church coming across the line in 4th. Max Holt coming across the line in 5th. Oh, looks like while I was following the action there, Max Holt had a tip-off there in turn 3. He was tipped off in turn 3 during practice. Looks like the same corner there. So now they've sent out the recovery to pick up Max Holt's bike. So anyone in the Thunder, just know it's going to be a few more minutes. Now that the bikes are off there. Yeah, so anyone in Thunder, just a heads up, there's a bike down in turn 3, so they have to send out recovery to get the bike. So you're going to have a few more minutes before you hear the 5-minute call. While we're waiting, I'll just out Stanley Johnson here, turn 11, legend here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. All right, as we just heard, 5-minute call went out. That's also the 5-minute call for Eric Spinney to make his way up to the tower. Eric Spinney going to co-announce with me. Looks like Eric Spinney has the same attention span as me. Totally forgot that he had a second job here this weekend. No rush, Eric. Take your time. Oh, yes, he needs the exercise. All right, we can hear the bikes getting going here. Next race is the Lucas Oil Thunder 8-lap race. We have 16 riders on the grid, so a full grid here this afternoon. So I encourage you to get to your favorite spot to watch the race. And Eric, you just joined me up here. You got probably one of the best views here at the track.
It is true. It is lovely up here.
Just keep talking.
I will. So here we are. We got the Thunder category. This is kind of my first time seeing it. Incredibly cool category. Single cylinder or double cylinder bikes all on track at the same time. I'm seeing all kinds of different machines out here. We've got, look at that, we got a Ducati coming out, which seems maybe a little bigger than some of the other bikes that we have coming out as well. Chad, slight bit of advantage with some power here. Kawasaki's coming through. This bike here, what is that called? That I know that's got that KTM 690 in it.
Yeah, Eric, that is the Evo 690 Kramer from Jack Robowski. And as you mentioned him, he's going to be the pole sitter for the race this afternoon.
I love that. Being a Vitpillen owner myself. Okay.
And it's almost like right here. All right, Eric, as they are making their way down pit lane, I'll run everyone through the order here for this Lucas Oil Thunder. On pole position, as I mentioned earlier, rider number 4 out of Beaverbank, Nova Scotia on that Craver EVO, sponsored by his wallet, is the 4 of Jack Robowski. Middle of the front row, rider number 66 is Mac Covey out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. And making up the front row, the 132 of Corey Canfield.
Sure. Second row, fourth on the grid, we've got Ruin Berdino. Tough one.
Yes, I gave you that one. Yep, you like that?
Fifth on the grid, we've got 96, the Ducati of Chad Whitehead.
Third row sees the 196 Angus Campbell on that Kawasaki 400, sponsored by Good Robot Brewing, Jazz Cabbage in the Float Center. The 21 of Stephanie Holman on that RS 125 out of Oakfield, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Pro Cycle, Burnside Brewing Company, and GNS Equipment Rentals. And making up the third row, the 111 of Jonathan Anderson, sponsored by Nova Drilling.
Fun fact, we went to school with John Anderson, getting our engineering diplomas. Row 4, in ninth position, Darcy George, the number 24, and in 10th, number 78, Jason Rideout.
Fifth row sees the 46 out of South Bar, sponsored by Robertson Electric Supply and Visa and Hard Work. Eric is the 46 of Jarrett Campbell. We got the 60 out of 9 Mile River of Mike Kemp, and the 97 of Dwayne Finley out of Middle Sackville, sponsored by HFX Motorsports.
For row 6, number 95, William Martin out of Woodstock, New Brunswick. Sponsored by Tony Martin Plumbing and Heating, my grandparents, and of course, his mother. And finishing row 6, number 68, Paul Clark.
Paul Clark out of Sambro. And making up the field, the 72 out of Sambro Head, sponsored by Sambro Cycle Service, Camac Motorsports, and Janman Leathers. Eric, are you ready for this? 17 riders on the grid.
I am ready for this. Corey, you know, having just finished my own race, I know what they're going through on that grid. Can't wait for that start to get things going.
Lights are off. Looks like it is Matt Covey with the hole shot, followed by Jack Robowski. Jack Robowski deciding to take the outside line. Corey Canfield looked like he was third going down into turn 1, but we'll have to wait, Eric, till out of turn 2.
Yeah, it is tough to see, and it is exciting to wait. Who do we got?
We got Matt Covey, but side by side with Jack Robowski was Ruan Berdino through turn 3 there now. Corey Canfield back in 4th. Not sure who that rider is in 5th, but right now, Matt Covey ahead of Jack Robowski.
It did look like he was starting to pull a little bit of a gap there, but they've reeled him in pretty quickly, going in through 4. Now onto the back straight. Matt is pulling a little bit of a gap, but you know what that can be like when you get up into 7. It can get reeled in pretty quick.
Yeah, definitely, especially with that Kramer behind him using that horsepower of that 650. But it's Ruan Berdino. He was doing 14s in the heat race this morning. Unfortunately for Ruan, he had to start from the back, so he had to work his way through the whole crowd. But now here he is in 3rd, Eric, coming onto the front straightaway right behind that Kramer.
Got Matt Covey still leading with Jack following and Ruan going into turn 1. We'll see where they're at out of turn 2. Honestly, this is new for me. I can't tell who that is.
Yeah, that's this. Eric, it's funny. People ask me that all the time. How do you know all the way from the distance who that rider is? And honestly, it's just time after time staring at these bikes. You get to understand that there is a certain color scheme, and you just muscle memory, Eric. Over the top of 5, Matt Covey, followed by Jack Robowski. Ruan Berdino in 4th. Chad Whitehead in 5th, followed by Corey Canfield a little bit back there, Eric, in 5th.
You know what, I'll tell you, it's impressive how many riders are staying close together. You do love to see that bit of a move from, who's that in 3rd? Ruan going into Jack, trying to make a move maybe happen through the turns 9s. See where they get to when they get to turn 11.
Oh, big move from Ruan Berdino coming out of turn 9. Got hard onto the gas. His back end stepped out, almost high-sided. Out of turn 9. It is Ruan trying to push hard to stay up with that Evo Kramer 690. Holy cow, Eric, I seen it. I happened to look over into turn 9, seen Ruan's back end, but there he goes through Jack. down into turn 2, up into second. Now as they head through turn 3, it is Matt Covey now going to have to deal with that pesky Ruan Berdino on board that WRBF Kawasaki 400.
Wow, he really does carry quite a bit of pace there into that turn 4. We'll see what he can do on that back straight, but Matt's bike really does seem to pick up here on the back straight.
Jack Kramer up the inside of Ruan Berdino.
Wow,
into turn, but Ruan Berdino didn't want to give up the spot. Now coming into turn 9, Jack Robowski, smart, educated rider, took away the inside move from Ruan Berdino into turn 9.
I'll tell you what, I looked at that move a couple times today, and that is a scary move to make. Very impressive to see happen.
Definitely, Eric, you got to be very confident in your abilities down into turn 1. Jack Robowski taking the outside move from Matt Covey down into turn 1. So Jack Robowski taking over the lead. We'll see what happens here down into turn 2. If Ruan able to get around Matt Covey. He is not. It is still Matt Covey in second, Ruan Berdino in third, Chad Whitehead in fourth, and Corey Canfield making up some space this time, Eric. He is now only about half a second back from this battle for first, second, third, and fourth.
I'll tell you what, this is great racing. This is an amazing class to watch race, just everywhere that's going on throughout the field.
A lot of bikes out there, as you said, Eric. Looking over the top of 5. What is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bikes there into over the top of 5. Ruan Berdino around Matt Covey down the back straightaway. Jack Robowski able to pull about half a second there, Eric, from Ruan Berdino through turn 9. We'll see if Ruan's able to respond this time by.
Looks like he's trying to reel it in now. He's got some pace coming up through 11. See if he can do some late breaking moves into 1 and bring it back into 2.
As we now have the halfway marker, looking at the lap times, Ruan Berdino did a minute 14, and Jack Robowski with a minute 14. But we can see out of turn 2, Ruan Berdino has gobbled up about half a second on Jack Robowski down in turn 2. But we can see the horsepower difference there between 3 and 4. Jack able to open up a couple of more bike lengths, but then again into turn 4, Ruan Berdino trying hard to stay on the rear wheel of Jack Robowski.
Yeah, he's even holding up. He's obviously carried enough momentum onto that back straight to stay on, be pesky.
Rider number 3, Chad Whitehead, pulling away from Matt Covey. See if he can make any headway up to this battle for first and second. Chad's going to want to hope that Jack and Ruan start battling it out. That will allow him to quickly to get up to that battle for first as they're now coming out of turn 9 into 10.
And as they come into 11, they are getting close and they are starting to have that battle. Oh, this could be interesting going into 1. Just how much Ruan is able to get close to Jack going into turn 2. I'll be interested to see what come up the hill.
Yeah, look at the lap times there, Eric. Chad Whitehead with the fastest lap of those top 3 riders. And we can see out of turn 2, Ruan Berdino able to get around Jack Robowski. They're side by side into turn 3. Jack Robowski using the power of that Kramer, getting around Ruan again into turn 4.
I'll tell you what, that bike is impressive. And I'll tell you what else, Chad is probably appreciating the battle they're having so that he can be there to maybe pick up the scraps.
Yeah, 100%. Down the back straightaway, Chad Whitehead now only 3 bike lengths back. He's going to make a move here on Ruan into turn 7. Chad Whitehead makes a presence here into turn 7, taking over second place from Ruan Berdino.
Now, is Ducati going to be able to take care of that that bike that Jack is on? Is that going to be somewhat easy work with a little bit of open space, or?
Oh, we're about to find out, Eric, is now Chad Whitehead ahead of Ruan Berdino. I was a little bit pausing there because I thought maybe Ruan may try a move there. Here comes Chad Whitehead.
Hard.
Down into turn 1, Jack Robowski, Chad Whitehead, Ruan Berdino. Only a bike length between the 2 riders. Out of turn
Oh.
2.
Was that Ruin that got ahead of Chad again, was it? Pushed him wide. Am I seeing that correctly?
That's Jack Rubowski getting around Ruan Berdino. Oh, Ruan Berdino.
Yeah,
The front
Ruin
end
wide.
slid for about 6 feet, it looked like, from up here. Saved it. I bet you he was on his knee for about 100 feet to save the front end of that Kawasaki 400.
And that has
Holy
given
cow.
Jack some space
Woo.
to just pull away again, get a little bit of breathing room, because he's got 2 bikes on him that really want that front position.
Jack Rubowski into turn 9, 3 bike lengths ahead of Chad Whitehead. Ruan Berdino has shaken off that front end slide from turn 4 very quickly, because now he's right back on the back at Chad Whitehead into turn 10.
Jack Rubodowski's got the space. He's got some room to breathe going into 1, and doesn't have to worry too much going into 2, depending on how much everyone else pulls off on the brakes.
And if we look at the flag there at the front finish line, that's the last lap flag. So we'll see what happens here. Jack Rubowski into turn 3, 4 bike lengths ahead of Chad Whitehead. Ruan Berdino, 2 bike lengths, 3 bike lengths back from Chad Whitehead. The battle here is for these 3 podium positions. Chad Whitehead is going to have to try to gobble up a couple of bike lengths here on Jack Rubowski coming onto the back straightaway if he's going to want to make a move into turn 9.
I'll tell you, Jack Rubodowski really looks like he kind of has command of this on that back straight right now. Coming up turn 7 now. Lots of space. Doesn't seem like he has much to worry about in the way of Chad Whitehead.
Oh, he's about 2 bike lengths back there now, Eric. So we'll see maybe if there's a drag race to the finish line. Chad might be trying to get as close to Jack as possible here. He's a little bit too far back. We'll see drag race down to the finish line. Here comes Chad Whitehead. Not close enough. And an interesting fact here, Eric. Jack Rubowski put in his fastest lap of the race. That race to try to gap Chad Whitehead to pull off the win. In third, Ruan Berdino, Matt Covey, followed by Corey Canfield. Stephanie Holman put it in her fastest lap of the race. Looked like a healthy battle there between those 3 lightweight bikes.
I'll tell you what, though, that front of the field was a great race.
It's amazing, isn't it, to see when you have this many bikes, all competitive, close racing. It really gets your heart pumping up here in the tower.
It really does.
6th, 7th, and 8th with Stephanie Holman, Darcy George, and Angus Campbell. They cross the line about 0.05 of a second between the 3 riders, or 0.5, sorry. So definitely a healthy battle between those 3 riders. Unfortunately, not getting any airtime because of that amazing battle at the top. Finishing in 9th, William Martin, followed by Jonathan Anderson. Jason Rideout, Mike Kemp in 12th. Dwayne Finley in 13th, followed by Jarrett Campbell and Paul Clark. 16th sees the 72 of Scott Campbell. Eric, I'd love to go and talk to Ruan Berdino about that turn 4 slide. To be able to see a slide last that long from all the way up here, like we are like half a kilometer away, and we could see that slide all the way up here. I'm sure that was quite the ride for Ruan Berdino in turn 4.
Yeah, very impressive to save it, though. Like, to see him online and just slowly drifting towards the outside of the track. Quite a sight to see.
Congratulations to Jack Rubowski for pulling off the win. All right, two of us were just talking there quite a bit, all excited. Take just a minute break there to regroup, and we'll be back to racing. As you just heard, is the Stephanie Napier RMT Formula Femme. We'll be right back to racing momentarily. Hi, bikes are now on pit lane for the start of the Stephanie Napier Formula Femme. Thank you, Stephanie Napier, for sponsoring the Formula Femme. Stephanie is a registered massage therapist, offering a blend of therapeutic and wellness massage at her home base massage studio located in Ketch Harbor, Nova Scotia, focusing on a pain relief focusing on pain relief and injury rehabilitation while also offering relaxation massage. She is dedicated to helping you achieve a pain-free and active lifestyle. Thank you, Stephanie, for sponsoring Formula FM for the 2026 season. On pole position, out of Ketch Harbor, Nova Scotia. On board, a 2018 Kawasaki ZX6R, sponsored by Rally Motoplex, Halifax Motorsports, and T2B Interiors. That's the 196 of Kristen Whitehead. To her left, rider number 21 on that RS 125 out of Oakfield, Nova Scotia, sponsored by ProCycle, Burnside Brewing Company, and GNS Equipment Rentals. The 21 is Stephanie Holman. Making up the front row, the 27 out of Lower Sackville, on board a 2009 Yamaha R6, sponsored by Liberty CC, Plus Racing, and KYT. That's the 27 of Brianna Mosier. Second row sees the 7 out of Memramcook, New Brunswick, on board a 2009. Oh, lost my... I've seen a rider coming down the pit lane. Looks like Julia Bohemier not able to make the to the pit lane in time, so she'll be starting the race from pit lane. But Sasha Richard on board a 2009 Honda CBR 600, sponsored by Mario. The rider I just mentioned, the 70 of Julia Bohemier, starting from the 5th position, but starting from pit lane. Eric, look at the skies we have for this race.
It's hard to say what's going to happen with these kind of skies. There's clouds everywhere. We've got blue right over the track. It probably won't rain.
Oh, whoa.
Why would I say that?
All right, we are racing. It is Kristen Whitehead with the hole shot, followed by Stephanie Holman in second, right behind her rear wheel. We'll see what happens here out of turn 2. She may dive down into the inside and take over the lead, but we'll have to wait to see as we're blocked here up in the tower. It is Kristen Whitehead in the lead, followed by Stephanie Holman. Brianna Mosier in third, followed by Sasha Richard in fourth.
Now that two-stroke does pick up pretty good, so there are not the odd time during the technical parts of the course. She really does make up a lot of space on Kristen, and it seems like Kristen really just kind of pulls away on the straights, like this back straight here. You can really see the power kind of turning on Kristen's bike as she pulls a little bit of a gap on the 125 that's right away in turn 7. Stephanie makes up some of that gap. Brianna is not too far behind into 7 with Sasha just trying to keep her honest as she goes into turn 7.
Yeah, the corner speed of that RS 125 able to get onto the back of Kristen Whitehead, coming here onto the front straightaway. Now down the front straightaway, Stephanie Holman not letting her get away there, Eric, down the front straightaway.
No, she does keep her honest on that bike. Here comes Brianna up through turn 11 onto the straight into turn 1 with Sasha not too far behind.
Yeah, Sasha Richard only a second back there from Brianna Mosier down there into turn 1. Well, back up to this battle for the lead. Stephanie Holman only a couple of bike lengths back. Eric, I have a feeling she may try an outside move here. Not close enough in 4. I thought maybe she might go outside 4, inside of 5. Just not close enough to pull that move as they're now coming over the top of 5.
But if she can keep that gap kind of where it was up through 7 and take care of these technical spots into 8, 9, 10, the opportunity may come up again in 1 and 2.
Brianna Mosier over the top of 5, able to open up a little bit more there on Sasha Richard. Looks like it's about 2 seconds there as she tips into turn 7. So right now, it is Brianna Mosier pulling away from Sasha Richard.
Now Kristen Whitehead and Stephanie Holman coming up turn 11. That gap really does come down as they battle with each other through those technical sections. It's that straight line speed of that big bike that Kristen Whitehead is on that really makes the difference as they rip down that front straight.
Eric, looking at the lap times from the two riders. The last race, Stephanie was just in the Thunder race. I looked at her fastest lap. It was a 16, so she still has, for her, at least today, her fastest lap. She still has a second or so in the tool trunk there, and we can see now through turn 4, only 2 bike lengths back there as she exits turn 4.
Do you think she might be just hanging out behind, waiting to see where the opportunity might be, or?
That might be it, just trying to see maybe where she can make a move, but there's only going to be 5 laps to go here, so
You're gonna want to make it soon.
You don't want to wait too long. So now through 7, 8, and 9, this is where you're going to see the corner speed of that RS-125 into turn 9, 2 bike lengths back for Stephanie Holman. So she has gobbled up at least 6 bike lengths between 7, 8, and 9. Now onto the front straightaway, Kristen Whitehead trying to hold off Stephanie Holman there. Again, the 2 riders in the 17, so Stephanie Holman just doing 8 laps there for that Thunder race, immediately going right back out again for this Formula Femme. So very used to the track conditions, so we'll see what happens here as the laps tick down.
Brianna Mosier coming up onto the front straight. Seems like she's got a comfortable gap on Sasha Richard right now, going into 1 and 2.
Leader, Kristen Whitehead, over the top of 5. It's about 6, 7 bike lengths over the top of 5 there, down the back straightaway. Opening up a few more there into turn 7, but there's still 4 laps to go when they cross the line halfway. So lots to happen here in this Stephanie Napier RMT Formula Femme. As coming into turn 9, only 3 bike lengths between the 2 riders. So this race isn't over yet, Eric.
Yeah, Stephanie Holman does really make up quite a bit of space going into that turn 9. She must just be carrying a lot of pace and braking later than what Kristen is. They really do come back together on that front straight.
Interesting fact here, Eric, that RS-125 and Stephanie Holman's weight combined is equivalent to that ZX6R.
Is that fact?
That is a fact. So she's able to power to weight ratio as they're coming out of turn 2.
Oh.
Stephanie Holman, I thought maybe she might go up the inside of Kristen Whitehead as they've come up to the lap traffic there right between 2 and 3, but both of them pulling a smart move there and safely getting around Julie there between 3 and 4. But now as we got the halfway marker, it is again only 3, 4 bike lengths between the 2 over the top of 5.
That might have been the move that Stephanie Holmes needed to try and bring things back together and maybe unleash that 1 second that she does have in the toolbox, as you mentioned.
Yeah, that makes sense there, Eric. They just give her that motivation, that carrot, get a little bit closer to her. As now here again into turn 9, 3, 4 bike lengths back here. She's going to continue to get closer and closer through 10 and 11. Corner speed of that RS-125 a little bit more, but this is the furthest she's been back onto the front straightaway. So let's see what lap times we have. You can see the effect of that lap traffic there in between 2 and 3. It slowed their lap times by about 2.5 seconds. Third place rider, Brianna Mosier, rider number 27, coming into turn 9. She has about, I'm going to say, 10 seconds over Sasha Richard, who now is tipping into turn 9 herself. So the battle to watch here is for first and second. Right now through turn 4, Kristen Whitehead opening up a little bit more there, Eric, this last time by.
Yeah, it does look like that space that Stephanie Holmes was able to make up through those technical sections has dwindled a little bit, it seems. The gap is bigger going into turn 7. Yeah,
now up to 2 seconds there, Eric, into turn 9. She will get closer here, but it's all that accordion effect. Get a little bit closer into 9. She needs to continue to get a little bit closer in the corner speed, high corner speed sections if she's going to want to try to make a move here, because now there's going to be 2 laps to go when they cross the line this time by.
That gap has grown from Kristen Whitehead to Stephanie Homan. She's going to have to really stay off the brakes and ride the momentum of that little 125 two-stroke, which, by the way, very cool bike.
It's definitely very cool. One of the coolest bikes here.
And there's 2 of them.
I think they're being a show-off, to be honest. Out of turn 3, Kristen Whitehead. Now about, I'm going to say, a second between the 2 riders through turn 4. 2 laps, to go here. So the time is running out for Stephanie Holman to make a charge for the win. Looking at the lap times from Kristen Whitehead and Stephanie Holman, both the riders in the 17s, but it was Kristen Whitehead with their fastest lap of the race so far, and that's what's allowed it to open up to 1.3 seconds across the line.
I'll tell you what, based on my experience, that section coming up turn 7, around 8 and 9 is a really lovely place on these lightweight bikes to just carry an abundance of speed and really make up space, just like Stephanie is doing now. As much as the gap wants to grow between first and second right now, Stephanie Holman's not really letting it happen.
She's put in her fastest lap of the race, Eric, a 17.4, but unfortunately it is 1.4 seconds. Looks like we're getting words to talk louder, so maybe you got to get the mic closer to your lips.
Okay, well, how's that? As our leaders come through turn 4 now, bit of a gap between them now. What would you say? What kind of distance are we looking at, Corey, there? As a seasoned watcher of races from here, we got maybe 3 seconds, 2 seconds?
Yeah, definitely in between those 2 and 3 seconds down the back straightaway. So now only a couple of corners to go here. Kristen Whitehead through turn 7. Held the lead right from the first corner, got the whole shot. Now out of turn 9 towards turn 10. Kristen Whitehead through turn 10 now in the moment. She's going to be on the front straightaway. She's going to retain, continue being the championship leader into round 3 with that win with Stephanie Holman in second.
I'll tell you what, that was still an exciting race there. That was still an exciting race for that first half before it seemed like Kristen Whitehead really got everything figured out and was able to start pulling gap just about everywhere through the technical sections that Stephanie Holman was able to make up the difference.
Trying to find the third place rider.
Looks like Brianna Moser is coming up, turn 7 now. With a healthy gap. I for the life of me wouldn't be able to time that, but be a healthy third place for her.
Julia Bohemier coming on to the front straightaway as well. Great to see Julie come back here. She took a few rounds off there. We didn't see her in round 1. Great to see Julie back here riding at Atlantic Motorsport Park. Rider in 4th, Sasha Richard coming across the line. Also great to see Sasha out here. She is the better of the 2 Richards here. All right, we're going to have a short Marshall break. Maybe while we're having the short Marshall break, we'll maybe have a chat here, Eric. Let everyone maybe know who you are and why all of a sudden you jumped up here on the tower. So It's funny you mentioned Jonathan Anderson, that you went to school with him. I went to school with you as well, so there's even a closer connection here. I didn't see Jonathan Anderson too much. I think he was a little bit of slacker in the books, hanging out. Yeah, there. But, yeah, so anyone who doesn't know, Eric Spinney, you did the High Performance Riding Academy there. And this round being your first round here racing, you end up making an amazing video. Even behind your back, people were talking about it and how great it was, and just really showcasing, it seems, the racing family here and how everyone is contributing. So maybe just in your own words, like, how was your experience so far here, getting acclimated to the sArl racing family?
Well, I mean, so far it's been absolutely amazing. I think coming into the world of motorcycle racing can be an incredibly intimidating prospect to take on. But, once you're here, you just kind of realize that everyone was that nervous person to come race motorcycles at some point, and everyone understands, what you're feeling when you get here. And everybody here is willing to help, and everyone wants to see you succeed. So I kind of wanted to showcase how that was going to be through a video, to see if anyone who was on the fence about wanting to take a High Performance Riding Academy course or think about racing, I wanted them to have a firsthand experience of what that's like from someone like myself, who's been talking about it for years and never did it because I thought it wasn't something I could do. And I hope I showed that in a pretty easy to consume light.
Yeah, it was definitely a perfect representation of what actually people feel. So it's sometimes hard to capture that feeling in a video. And as we talk here honestly, I think you captured that perfectly. I want to talk about you coming up, doing your warm-up lap, coming up to that grid for the very first time. Let's walk us through those nerves that you were feeling coming through turn 11, never experiencing a race, never starting a race. Let's talk us through your thoughts as you were going through that.
Yeah, I mean, luckily I've had experience racing mountain bikes and road bikes, so there's a little bit of experience there. But you can't get rid of those nerves no matter what. And there are procedures here that are different. You're trying to remember them. You're trying not to make any mistakes because you don't want to be that foolish first racer who's made mistakes, although I think it's fairly understood that it could happen. You're basically just trying to find out if you're in the right grid spot, and you want to make sure you don't stall the bike when the race actually starts. Once you're into it, it's an easier process. Everything goes a lot smoother than what you were expecting from the start. And then you realize once the bikes start going, you're like, I don't really know what I was that nervous about. And you instantly start racing so much more different than you'll ever do a track day. The second there's that carrot to chase or, something to battle something, that would be a human on a motorcycle. You start just using what you learned in the High Performance Riding Academy without even really thinking it. You're just like, oh, I know what lines I'm supposed to be at. I know I can trust. Basically, at this point, I'm dealing with, what's Jim doing? How can I get by Jim? I wish I knew Jim's last name.
Jamarlo. That's what we blend his first name and second name together. He's Jamarlo. Yeah.
Well, he is a fantastic competitor to race again. I really enjoyed that a lot. Both races, the R3 power that he has versus the CBR 250 that I'm on right now, was no match on the straights, but it was very, very fun. Similar to the battle that Kristen Whitehead and Stephanie Holmes were having. Lightweight bike, try and get close in the technical sections and get a little bit dropped on those straights.
So, Eric, you mentioned it at our own personal conversations, but what's your goal for this season here? Being, new to racing, you missed round one, so obviously a championship may not be what you're after this year. But let's walk through, your first goal was to find a bike, start the HPRA, start your first race. You've accomplished all those so far. So what's the next goal here in 2026?
Well, being realistic, I think I would probably just keep racing and having fun, trying to get to know everybody. Maybe show how many hot dogs I can eat at a lunch if I bring a barbecue. But beyond that, I would love to try and podium if everyone can keep riding to a point in Catch 22 that they just keep breaking out, and us on the lightweight bikes can have a bit more of a chance to have a look at that podium. That'd be kind of a cool thing to do if all stars align and I can get a good start. Maybe that is in the cards at the later end of the season.
Awesome. Yeah, getting a podium, perfect goal to. Sometimes you got to have that carrot and put it in front of you in order to push yourself to personal bests. Tends to be a bit of the carrot that we here at racing. We're always our own personal carrot we put in front of ourselves. We, you do a 27, you're like, okay, all I want to do by the end of this round is hit a 26. Okay, we want to do a 125, and I think people, maybe just fans, they're looking at just. All right, we'll be here quick, Eric, because I think you want to get some video of this race to do some more of that awesome video editing and everything that you do, so I won't keep you too long here. But, yeah, the people maybe that don't race don't realize that just a simple lap time can be such a monumental feeling of success here at Atlantic Motorsport Park.
Yeah, to be fair, I bought the bike from Lucas Bull, and he did tell me what his personal best time on it was, and that was my immediate goal that I wanted to get. I did beat it this weekend, which is a great thing to announce over PA system here at Atlantic Motorsports Park.
Oh, nice. I can see the rivalry starting already. I love it. Lucas Bull, Eric Spinney battling it out in Catch 22. Eric, thank you for joining us up here. I hope you come back up and do some more announcing with me. We'll turn the volume up on your mic because Chad said you had a lovely voice and wants to actually hear it. But yes, Eric, I won't keep you any longer because I got to announce this grid. You got to make some more of that lovely video footage that you do so well at.
All right. Thanks for having me.
All right, so we have about a little less than 2 minutes to go before the start of a huge field, which is the M&M Sheet Metal Limited Expert Lightweight 400 and the Mark and his Ostrich Amateur Lightweight 400. Shout out to the sponsors. Mark and his Ostrich Woodworking. Make high-end cabinetry, ultra-modern Italian kitchens, heritage millwork reproduction, interior doors, custom stair parts, including reproduction newel dowels and hand-turned spindles. Also patternwork flooring, including borderwork and inlays. Thank you, Mark, for your sponsorship. And M&M Sheet Metal Limited. Halifax-based sheet metal company operating for 25 years. Services include design, build, repair, and maintain of HVAC systems, commercial heating, cooling, and ventilation systems, as well as heat pump solutions. All right, running through the grid. Championship leader. Rider number 34, Mark Goodwin on that Kawasaki 400. Middle of the front row. Rider number 13 out of Brazil, Ruan Berdino. And the 66 of Matt Covey from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, on board that Kawasaki 500. Second row, the 132 of Corey Canfield and the 145 out of Sydney, Nova Scotia, on board a Kawasaki 400. Sponsored by Flexi Glass. Third row, the 177 out of Jordan Bay, on board a Kawasaki Z400. Sponsored by the world-renowned Bedeck facility, Triple S Cycle, and her Canadian pension plan. That is the 177 of Kathleen Coburn. Middle of the third row, the 24 of Darcy George, and the 111 out of Inverness, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Nova Drilling. The 111 of Jonathan Anderson. Fourth row, the 78 of Jason Rideout, and the 97 out of Middle Sackville, sponsored by HFX Motorsports, the 97 of Dwayne Finley. On to the amateurs, the 195 out of Orangedale, Cape Breton, on board a Kawasaki 400, sponsored by Good Robot Brewing, Jazz Cabbage, and the Float Center, is the 195 of Angus Campbell. The 60 is in the middle of the front row for the amateurs out of 9 Mile River, Nova Scotia. That is the 60 of Mike Kemp. Making up the front row, the 72 out of Sambro Head, on board a 2024 CF Moto 450, sponsored by Sambro Cycle Service, CanMac Motorsports, and Jan Man Leathers. The 72 is Scott Campbell. Second row is the 95 out of Woodstock, New Brunswick, on board a 2015 Yamaha R3, sponsored by Tony Martin Plumbing and Heating, his grandparents, and his mother. That is the 95 of William Martin. Making up the second row is the 68 out of Sambros, on board a CF Moto 450. That is the 68 of Paul Clark. Third row is the 38 of Connor Wardell, and the 295 out of Bedeck, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Nova Drilling and Bedeck Marine. The 295 on board a Yamaha R3, 295 of Angus McClarty. Making up the field, the 36 of Lucas Bowl and the 73 of Robert McGinnis. All right, riders in their positions. The field is so big, I forgot there's 2 pages to it. There is another row, the 46 of Jarrett Campbell, sponsored by Robertson Electric Supply, and the 53 of Jim Marlowe. And we're racing. I believe that was Matt Covey, Ruan Berdino, followed by Mark Goodwin. But if you just watch that last race there in the Thunder, we're up for a barn burner here. Ruan Berdino right behind Matt Covey into turn 3. A couple of bike lengths back is Mark Goodwin, followed by the 145 of Craig McInnes. Oh, a rider going off there in turn 3. Just drove straight off. The rider is still up, but drove straight off. It's a pro, just not sure which one it is. Able to get back onto the track. That might be Darcy George, but we'll wait to see as the rider gets closer. Down the back straightaway, Rue Amberdino side by side with Matt Covey. Rue Amberdino taking over the lead. Greg McInnes up the inside of Mark Goodwin into 7. 5th sees Corey Canfield, followed by Jason Rideout. Kathleen Coburn. She is right there. She's the leader of the amateurs, followed by Angus Campbell. Dwayne Finley there behind Angus Campbell. No, that is Mike Kemp. It is Kathleen Coburn, followed by Mike Kemp. Wait to see who that rider is. That was Darcy George pulling off there down the front straightaway. Not sure if he had a mechanical that made him drive straight off, because I'm sure he would have continued. Now back up to the leaders. Rue Amberdino holding off Matt Covey through turn 4. A couple of bike lengths between the two. Greg McInnes making a run here this afternoon in third over the top of 5. He's about 5 bike lengths back from Matt Covey. Mark Goodwin back and forth. He is about a second back from this battle. Corey Canfield, followed by Jason Rideout. Here's a battle to watch. Kathleen Coburn, followed by Mike Kemp and Angus Campbell. The 3 riders, amateurs, battling for first, second, and third. Angus Campbell with a thought up the inside of Mike Kemp. Mike Kemp able to hold off Angus Campbell. So right now, this is the battle to watch here. The amateurs onto the front straightaway. Kathleen Coburn now about half a second ahead of Mike Kemp. All right, out of turn 2, Rue Amberdino, 2 bike lengths ahead of Matt Covey. Greg McInnes is right there as well. Didn't have as good a drive out of 3, so we'll see what happens here in turn 4, as now Greg McInnes is back about 4 bike lengths there in third as they go over the top of 5. Rue Amberdino, 3 bike lengths ahead of Matt Covey, 4 bike lengths ahead of Greg McInnes. Let me find this battle for first, second, and third of the amateurs. Kathleen Coburn going down the back straightaway. Mike Kemp, 2 bike lengths back, 3 bike lengths back into turn number 7. Angus Campbell back about 3 bike lengths from Mike Kemp. So here we go, the leader of the amateurs into turn number 9. Now only a couple of bike lengths is Mike Kemp, but right on his rear wheel is Angus Campbell. Out of turn number 10, onto the front straightaway, it is going to be Kathleen Coburn, followed by Mike Kemp and Angus Campbell. Out of turn 2, Rue Amberdino, 3 bike lengths ahead of Matt Covey. Greg McInnes is having the race of his life out there. He is down to a 14.7 right on the rear wheel of Matt Covey. He is pushing hard out there. He may try a move here momentarily because he is only a bike length back from Matt Covey. A couple of now over the top of 5, but he is right there battling for that second place position. Back to the leaders of the amateurs. It is Kathleen Coburn. Angus Campbell was able to get around Mike Kemp. So now he is only 4 bike lengths back from Kathleen Coburn. Make that 3, make that 2 into turn 7. We'll see what happens here into turn 9. See if he tries to make a move. He's not close enough, but he is now 1 bike length back from Kathleen Coburn around turn number 9. Kathleen with a great drive through 10 and 11. So now you can see, even over the top of 11, Kathleen Coburn able to open up about a second there. She had a great drive from 11. Back up to the leaders of the pros. Rue Amberdino about 6 bike lengths ahead of Matt Covey, but Greg McInnes a bike length back from Matt Covey through turn 4.
He is making Matt Covey push hard out there this afternoon. Over the top of 5, Craig McInnes. He may be able to draft by Matt Covey here into turn 7. He's thinking about the move, but Matt Covey is really strong here at AMP in turn 7. Able to hold off Craig McInnes, but now he knows he's there. So we'll see what happens here as the corners step away. But he is a lot closer to Ruan Berdino now, so he may be putting the hammer down, try to get around Ruan Berdino, knowing that Craig McInnes is right there. Angus Campbell able to find a way around. Oh, I thought Angus Campbell got around Kathleen Coburn. That is Jason Rideout now, just in front of Kathleen Coburn as we get the halfway marker. Kathleen Coburn may try to get around Jason Rideout to try to get a bike in between her and Angus Campbell. We'll wait to see out of turn 2. Out of turn 2, it is Kathleen Coburn ahead of Jason Rideout. So we'll see if she's able to pull away from Jason Rideout and in turn away from their closest competitor, which is Angus Campbell, now through turn 4. Over the top of 5, Kathleen Coburn now about 3 bike lengths ahead of Jason Rideout. Angus Campbell is going to want to get around Jason Rideout quickly because Kathleen Coburn is going to want to check out here. Angus Campbell not close enough to pull a move into 7. The next opportunity here is going to be into 9. Lap traffic now starting to play here as Ruan Berdino and Matt Covey able to get around Jim Marlowe. But it was Craig McInnes that maybe lost a couple of bike lengths there. As we can see now, the leaders going through turn 3, a few bike lengths between the 3 of them. So now, out of turn 3, Mark Goodwin able to find his way around Jim Marlowe. All right, the battle right now to watch is Kathleen Coburn and Angus Campbell. Angus able to find a way around Jason Rideout, and he's 2 bike lengths back from Kathleen Coburn through turn 4. Now going to come over the top of 5. 3 bike lengths between the 2. We'll see what happens here in the draft down the back straightaway. Angus Campbell not close enough to pull a move into turn 7. He's able to get a little bit closer here, but still I don't think close enough for a move into 9. He's pushing hard, but not close enough. He is half a bike length back there now. Coming out of turn number 9. They're going to come up to Jim Marlowe here and down into 1. So we'll see what happens here onto the front straightaway. The battle, Kathleen Coburn and Angus Campbell. That's for first and second of the amateurs. The leaders out of 3 up to 4. There's about 6-7 bike lengths between the 3 of them. So I'm going to continue to watch this battle between Kathleen Coburn and Angus Campbell. Into turn number 3. Angus Campbell right on the rear wheel of Kathleen Coburn. She got a good drive out of 3, able to open up 2 bike lengths from Angus into turn 4, but quickly got another bike length back, so he's only a bike length back now over the top of 5. Down the back straightaway, Kathleen Coburn holding off Angus Campbell. Now into turn 7, still Kathleen Coburn. The leader, Ruan Berdino, onto the front straightaway. They're going to have 2 laps to go. Still a gap there between those 3 riders. Kathleen Coburn, a bike length ahead of Angus Campbell, out of 9 into 10. There's no lap traffic here for a little bit here, so it's going to be the 2 of them racing it out to the finish line. Down into turn 1. A bike length between the 2 riders. See who's going to hold that position out of turn 2. It is Kathleen Coburn ahead of Angus Campbell. Now through turn 3, only 2 bike lengths. They are starting to reel in Corey Canfield, who is 5th of the pros. It's not going to change their position on the track in regards to the finish because they're amateurs and he's a pro, but he may come into play here if one of the riders are able to get around him. But down the back straightaway, Kathleen Coburn, 3 bike lengths ahead of Angus Campbell. Oh, down the front finish line as the last lap flag flies. A battle is shaping up for second and third of the experts between Matt Covey and Craig McInnes. Craig is right on the back of Matt Covey down into turn 1. As we can see now, out of turn 2, only a bike length between those 2 riders. There is some lap traffic ahead for those riders. We're going to see where they come up to that lap traffic because right now, only a bike length separates the 2. Out of turn 2, Kathleen Coburn, 1 bike length ahead of Angus Campbell. Between 3 and 4, still Kathleen Coburn. Now into turn 7. I got to watch this battle for a second for the experts. It's going to be between Matt Covey and Craig McInnes. Both the riders getting into turn number 9, but it's Matt Covey taking the advantage of the lap traffic, able to get a couple of riders in between them. So it is going to be Matt Covey taking advantage of that position. Rue Amberdino coming home the winner, followed by Matt Covey and Craig McInnes. Where's this battle now? For third, here comes Kathleen Coburn, still ahead of Angus Campbell. It's going to be a drag race to the finish line. Here she comes onto the finish line. Front straightaway, Kathleen Coburn holding off Angus Campbell for the win of the amateurs. What a great race from Kathleen Coburn and Angus Campbell. William Martin coming across the line in third for the amateurs. As the riders here are coming on to finish their laps, I'll run you through the order. It is Rue Amberdino, followed by Matt Covey and Greg McInnes in third. Mark Goodwin, followed by Corey Canfield and Dwayne Finley and Jason Rideout, making up the experts. In seventh, Jonathan Anderson. Sorry, I'm lost for words after a great battle. I'm a little flustered here. 2 great battles there between those amateurs and pros. Of the amateurs, Kathleen Coburn taking the win, followed by Angus Campbell, William Martin. In fourth, Mike Kemp, followed by Jarrett Campbell, Paul Clark, Scott Campbell. Great battling out there. Lots of action for everyone to follow. Maybe in the future they'll make those two separate races so I get to concentrate on one championship battle at a time. But that's me selfishly speaking here. Great racing. Ruben Berdino pulling off the win, followed by Matt Covey and Craig McInnes. Top three of the amateurs. Kathleen Coburn taking the win, followed by Angus Campbell and William Martin. As we just a minute ago, the 5-minute call went out for the next race, which is the Albums Plumbing and Heating Pro Superbike, second race of the weekend. Shout out to the sponsor, Albens Plumbing and Heating. Albin knew from a young age he would own his own company, and in 2003 he started Albin's Plumbing and Heating Limited as a service-based company that also did plumbing and heating in full custom homes with high attention to detail, as if every home was being plumbed for himself. He moved into commercial plumbing properties and is also doing insurance industry as well. Thank you, Albin's Plumbing and Heating, for sponsoring the Pro Superbike race category for 2026. All right, we're now about a minute away from the riders getting sent out for their warm-up lap. Five riders making their way out for the second Superbike race of the weekend. On pole position. On board a 2018 Honda CBR 1000. Hailing from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Sponsored by RPM Cycle, Darren Marshall, and HFX Decals. That is the 80 of Blaise Fougere. Middle of the front row, the 17 out of Upper Coverdale, New Brunswick, on board a 2015 CBR 600. Rider number 17 of Caleb Knowles. Making up the front row, rider number 67 out of Stewiacke, Nova Scotia, on board a Kawasaki ZX-10R. Sponsored by Dexter Construction, the 67 of Tim Storer. Second row is a 37 out of Ellerslie, PI, on board a 2009 Yamaha R6. Sponsored by Gillis Heavy Equipment, DC Tire, Dennis Motors, and Ellerslie Right Stop. That is the 37 of Andy Hutchinson. And making up the field, the 41 of Crowdus Roberts. All right, bikes now making their way down the front straightaway. We are moments away from the start.
of the Albans Plumbing and Heating Pro Superbike Race 2 of the weekend.
Oh, what a poor start from both Tim Storer and Caleb Knowles. Looks like Tim Storer regrouped there down into turn 1, but both of them pulling wheelies, and momentarily Andy Hutchinson able to get around Tim Storer, but looked like he regrouped there down into turn 1. And it is Blaise Fougier followed by Tim Storer. Believe that is Carrodus Roberts in third, followed by Andy Hutchinson, and Caleb Knowles back in fifth there. So we'll see what happens here as we have 14 laps. This race may become entertaining with the fact of Caleb Knowles having to work his way through the traffic to try to get up to make a battle for second here as he's coming into turn number 9 now. Not close enough to make a move there down into turn number 9. Oh, he was close enough, just maybe with those riders. Onto the front straightaway. Caleb Knowles having a tough time getting around Andy Hutchinson. So maybe down into turn 2 as Blaise Fougier and Tim Storer start to check out there. Looks like the gap is up to about, I would say, 5 seconds between those two riders. So now out of turn 3, Caleb Knowles around Andy Hutchinson, but he's behind Carrodus Roberts, allowing Tim Storer to continue to open up that gap. Sitting there in second, now over the top of 5. Carrodus Roberts, a bike length ahead of Caleb Knowles. See what happens here into turn 7. Caleb Knowles looking like he wants the inside move. Not able to pull it off here, so maybe into turn 9. Caleb Knowles right beside Carrodus Roberts into turn number 9, able to take over that third place position. I'll keep an eye on this lap time differential. Blaise Fougier into the 11s. Tim Storer, a minute 13. Caleb Knowles getting around traffic with a 14.8. So first lap clear of traffic. We'll see what kind of lap times that Caleb Knowles is able to pull off here. Because right now across the line he was about 4.3 seconds back there. But there's still 12 laps to go. So it's going to all about taking little bites out of that gap if it's possible. Tim Storer with 13's quick lap time. So Caleb Knowles is going to have to ride this race in the 12s if he's going to want to be able to catch Tim Storer there a little over 4 seconds up the road. Blaise Fougier, RPM Cycle, Darren Marshall, and HFX Deckel sponsored CBR 1000 coming on to the front straightaway. Continuing to be in the 11s. Caleb Knowles pushing hard onto the front straightaway. One second faster than Tim Storer. We'll keep an eye on that gap. Right now, 4 seconds. Tim Storer into turn 3, making his way to turn 4. Caleb Knowles entering turn 3. So it's about the gap between 3 and 4. The distance between 3 and 4, is the gap. Tim Storer over the top of 5. Down the back straightaway. There is 11 laps to go. And at the moment, Caleb was 1 second faster. So definitely on pace to catch Tim, but see if Tim is able to get a little quicker than the 13.3 he did. Tim Soar with a 13.6 to Caleb Knowles' 12.3. So that has brought the gap down to 2.9 seconds now between those two riders. Keep an eye on the pit wall there. See what kind of signals that the riders are getting. Only way to communicate with the rider is on pit lane there, using their hands or boards. You'll see that from Blaise Fougiere's pit crew, letting him know from the pit board just exactly position, maybe even laps, and the gap back to the rider behind him. Front straightaway. His gap is about 8 seconds, as he was a second and a half faster than Tim Storer. Tim with the signal there from his pit crew, letting him know that that is going to be tighter, that gap. Started off with his hands wide open, now only a foot apart with his hands on pit lane. So Tim now knows that third place rider is on the hunt. Caleb Knowles only looking at the gap, 2 seconds back there in third. He was again a second faster than Tim Storer. Now over the top of 5, down the back straightaway. Looks to be about a couple of seconds there into turn 7. Now, it's one thing catching a rider, it's another thing to pass them. Tim Storer is notoriously known to be hard to pass, so if he knows that Caleb Knowles is getting closer, you'll start to see him pulling off some defensive lines, going on the inside of 9 and down on the inside of 1. As we can see, on to the front straightaway. It is now down to less than a second. Andy Hutchinson on the line, followed by Crawdus Roberts. A little bit of head shake there from Andy Hutchinson. Get onto the power onto the front straightaway. Back up to this battle. Caleb Knowles now 2 bike lengths back from Tim Storer in turn 4. So this is the battle to watch here. Over the top of 5, ZX10R versus the CBR 600. 3 bike lengths between the two. Now into turn number 7. Only a bike length between the two. Looks like Caleb Knowles is going to try an inside move, but again, see, there's the defensive line from Tim Storer, blocking Caleb Knowles from taking that line into turn number 9. Now through here onto the front straightaway. Tim Storer getting the halfway marker. See what happens here out of turn 2. Tim Storer a bike length ahead of, I would say it's a wheel length ahead of Caleb Knowles. He is right on the rear wheel of Tim Storer through turn 3. He is trying to stay as tight as possible. I was thinking maybe he was trying to stay really close so he could maybe do an inside move into 5. But lost a couple of bike lengths there through 3 up to 5. So tuck up in behind Tim Storer there down the back straightaway. Bike lengths, there are 2 bike lengths between the two into 7. Now a bike length, half a bike length but not close enough to pull off that move into turn number 9. Leader, Blaise Fougere, coming onto the front straightaway. 6 laps to go here of this Albans Plumbing and Heating Pro Superbike Race 2 of the weekend. Oh, big movement from Tim Soar. Still able to get the power to the ground there halfway down the front straightaway. He was getting squirrely onto the front straightaway. But Caleb Knowles not able to pounce on that opportunity. Out of turn 2, Tim Soar, a bike length ahead of Caleb Knowles. Tim has a little bit more corner speed through the transition in 4, around up to 5. He opens up a couple of bike lengths. Caleb Knowles, the closest he's been to Tim Soar down the back straightaway, so this may be an opportunity into turn 9. He is half a bike length back here through 7. Now 8 into 9. Let's see if he tries this move. Not close enough this time. It looked like he didn't attempt it either, so he knows he has 5 laps left when he crosses the line. So really waiting for the opportunity here to open up. Maybe he's waiting for Tim Soar to make a mistake. And if he does, he'll be right there to pounce on it, because right now, 5 laps left to go. It is Tim Soar, a bike length ahead of Caleb Knowles. Out of turn 2, side by side. Caleb Knowles got a better drive out of 2 up to 3. I don't know if Tim Soar had some wheel spin there, because Caleb Knowles just drove past him like he was standing still. Now Caleb Knowles up into second and a couple of bike lengths ahead as he comes around 4 over the top of 5. It is now Caleb Knowles with some open air in front of him and about 2 to 3/10 of a second behind him. Track the leader, Blaise Fougere, on to the front straightaway. 14 seconds was the gap. Probably going to be a little bit more now, 15, 16 or so, as the two of them are battling. .4. Caleb Knowles able to do a 12.7 there, but unfortunately he ran out of time due to that unfortunate start he had there to try to make any kind of headway into battle with Blaise Fougere. Blaise Fougere heading down the back straightaway, while Caleb Knowles is heading into turn 4. 4 laps to go, 3 when Blaise crosses the line. So time is running out here in the Albans Plumbing and Heating Pro Superbike race. Andy Hutchinson coming out of 3, now into 4. He's got a healthy gap of around what looks like, I'd say, 5-6 seconds over the 5th place rider of Curtis Roberts. Oh, follow the leader there now, Blaise Fougere, heading on to the back straightaway. Very consistent ride from Blaise Fougere. Looking at his lap times, did a couple of quick 11s there, and then consistently 11-1, 11-0, 11-1, 11-5, 12-1, 12-0, 12-1, 12-5. So very consistent there from Blaise Fougere. Tim Storer down into the 15s there. Not sure if that is bike related or just the fact of knowing that just ran out of steam there. And once Caleb Knowles got around, maybe not out of steam, but just not able to run the lap times of Caleb Knowles. The bike did sound a little funny down the front straight there. Not sure, just an effect of Tim Storer backing off a little bit. Continuing to run, though, over the top of 5. Down the back straightaway, but a couple of seconds pace. Blaise Fougere onto the front straightaway. Getting the last lap flag here. Even though he has that 14-second lead, continuing to be consistent with a 12-4. Tim's bike sounded fine there, so it looks like it might be just a bring it home kind of ride here now with about half a lap left to go, at least for the leader, Blaise Fougere, down the back straightaway. Gratis Roberts continuing to push himself out there and get it acclimated to that new machinery, putting in his fastest lap of the race. Unfortunately, he's 2.23 seconds back from Andy Hutchinson. Here comes the leader, Blaise Fougere. Checkered flag, little wheelie down the front straightaway. Commanding win for the 80 of Blaise Fougere. 17 of Caleb Knowles making his way around turn 10. 1 corner to go. Caleb Knowles crossing the line in second. Tim Storer put up a good fight there for a few laps. Fortunately, once Caleb Knowles able to work himself around, Tim Storer able to pull away. 4th place rider, 37 of Andy Hutchinson. Couple of corners to go for himself. Now on to the front straightaway, gonna cross the line in 4th, followed by Gratis Roberts. All right, riders now heading down the paddock. We see now Bailey Ives making his way. Should be one more rider. There it is, Carson Gray. He's down here in pit lane. For the next race, which is the Veterans Canada Superbike Racing Association Amateur Superbike, second race of the weekend. The Veterans Canada Superbike Racing Association was founded by Bill Watkins after his 32-year service in the Canadian Forces. Throughout his military career, Watkins witnessed firsthand the challenges faced by veterans, particularly those dealing with PTSD and other injuries. His passion for motorcycles and competitive racing inspired him to explore how this high adrenaline sport could provide therapeutic benefits to veterans. So thank you, Veterans Canada Superbike Racing Association and Bill Watkins for sponsoring the amateur superbike category for the 2026 season. All right, riders making their way out onto the track. I'll run you through the grid. 4 riders out there this afternoon. Pole position sees rider number 6 out of Stratford, PI, on board a 2006 Yamaha R6, sponsored by the Gray Group, 6 of Carson Gray. Middle of the front row is the 61 from Brookfield, Nova Scotia, on board a 2008 GSXR 600, sponsored by Four Seasons Central Washing, Pro Cycle, Militime Racing, and Finish Line Motorcycle Supply. That's the 61 of Bailey Ives. Making up the front row is the 58 of Sean Kelly. Second row is the 30 out of Union Corner, Nova Scotia, on board a 2006 Kawasaki ZX6R, the 30 of George Church. Riders now making their way down the front straightaway, so we are seconds away here from the start of the last race of round 2. Riders are in their grid positions. Marshall walking off with her now in the starter's orders. And we're racing. It's Carson Gray with the whole shot. Bailey Ives in second, followed by George Church in third. Sean Kelly in fourth. Out of turn number, sorry, that's Sean Kelly. That's in third. George Church in fourth. But it is Carson Gray, 1 bike length ahead of Bailey Ives through turn number 4. 2 bike lengths ahead over the top of 5. Still 2 bike lengths over the top of 5. Down the back straightaway. Into turn number 7. Bailey Ives, a little too far back to pull a move. Maybe it's going to be the inside of 9, but I think he's too far back for a move into 9. As he's still a couple of bike lengths back there from Carson Gray. Now out of 9 up to 10. Carson Gray using all of the real estate here, coming out of turn 11. Only a couple of inches away from the grass, coming onto the front straightaway. Out of turn 2, Carson Gray, 2 bike lengths ahead of Bailey Ives. Both of them with a great drive out of 3 up to 4. It's like they were in perfect in sync there. Both of them, the gap barely increased out of 3 up to 4. Over the top of 5 now, still the same gap. Now into turn 7. Bailey not close enough to pull a move there into turn 9, but he's definitely the closest he's been, as it's now only a bike length there through turn number 9. Carson opened up again a little bit. Little bit of accordion effect here happening, but onto the front straightaway. Carson Gray. Holding off Bailey Ives. Sean Kelly across the line in 3rd, followed by George Church. Leaders out of turn 3. 2 bike lengths between the two. It looks like Bailey Ives' bike has that obstacle avoidance turned on, because the gap's not changing at all. It's literally staying the same. 2 bike lengths around the whole entire track. Now down the back straightaway. Into turn number 7. If you could guess the gap, you'd be right. 2 bike lengths out of 7 up to 8. A little closer there, 1 bike length closer there through 9. Bailey able to carry a little bit more speed there through turn 9. But again, back up to 2 bike lengths onto the front straightaway. Two of the riders into the high 12s. Fast lap times from them 2 riders. Sean Kelly, 3rd place rider, coming onto the front straightaway. He was the 2nd faster than George Church last time. So George Church running out of time if he wants to regroup there and try to get on the back of Sean Kelly for that podium position. But over the top of 5 comes Carson Gray. 2 bike lengths ahead of Bailey Ives. Oh, Bailey's pushing hard. I feel he's now in game plan number B there, as he had a totally different body language going down the back straightaway. See if it's an inside move here into 9. Not close enough, but he's definitely quite racier there down the back straightaway. And by racier, I just mean a lot of external body language saying that he is pushing extra hard out there. So maybe we'll see a pass here, or at least an attempt in the next couple of corners. Holy moly. Carson Gray again an inch away from the grass on the front straightaway. Riders now making their way towards turn 3. Still 2 bike lengths between the two. Coming through turn 4. Riders are very consistent. They're within a couple of tenths, it seems, their lap times coming down the back straightaway. 2 bike lengths between the two. So both riders running very consistently there the first half of this Veterans Canada Superbike Racing Association Amateur Superbike race. Now through turn number 10. Again, a bike length back onto the front straightaway. Halfway marker. Both of them doing the fastest lap of their race so far, getting closer to the mid-12s that time by. Bike length back between in turn 3. over the top of 5. Status quo here this afternoon in this race. Bailey Ives getting within a bike length. Carson Gray definitely knows he's there. He'll hear that GSXR 600 ringing in his ear, so he knows he's there. Into turn 9, bike length back. Sounding like a broken record here. Oh, Bailey Ives looked like he was thinking of an outside move of 10 inside of 11 there. Now 4 laps left to go. Carson Gray with his fastest lap of the race. Down to a 12.5 out there. Sean Kelly. He's coming through turn 9 there now. He has across the line last time 5, almost 6 seconds there of a gap back to George Church. Leaders off the back straightaway, waiting for when when Bailey Ives was going to make a move into 9. Darcy's signature move, not to give it away, is the inside pass into 9, and his name was on my brain, but it's Bailey Ives. 2 bike lengths back from Carson Gray. Now 3 laps to go. There's only 3 laps left to go, and Sean Kelly into the 19s, but George Church put in his fastest lap of the race. So be curious to see. I'll keep an eye on that gap between those 2 riders. But up to the leaders, Carson Gray holding off Bailey Ives. 2.5 laps left to go here in this Veterans Canada Superbike Racing Association Amateur Superbike race. Over the top of 5, 2 riders holding off here. Into turn 9, Bailey Ives is close enough. It's just whether he tries to pull the move. No, Carson Gray definitely took a closer inside line, and it made him go wide. So Bailey Ives up the inside of Carson Gray halfway through turn 9. Now Bailey Ives into the lead with 2 laps to go, and that is Bailey's fastest lap of the race as well, with a 12 flat. Happened to look over into turn 9 and seeing Carson Gray kind of taking a couple extra tighter inside. Pushed him wide in the middle of the corner, opening up the door for Bailey Ives to sneak up the inside. Right now through turn 4, Bailey Ives about 6 bike lengths ahead of Carson Gray. So now over the top of 5. See if Carson's able to respond here. Bailey Ives got into the 11s today. We'll see what kind of lap times he's going to put in this time by. Leader now coming out of turn number 9. 2 corners to go for Bailey Ives. Get that last lap flag. Onto the front now, about second. Both the riders putting in their fastest lap of the race, but it's Bailey Ives with 11.2 and Carson Gray with 11.9 has opened up the gap now to 1.2 seconds. Out of turn 2. It's about close to that second. Now through turn 3 up to 4. Bailey continuing to open up a couple of more bike lengths as he's charging towards the back straightaway. Now only has 4 corners to go to pull the double off here in the Superbikes. into turn number 7. Now out of turn 9 comes Bailey Ives. Through 10, 1 corner to go. Onto the front, pull off the double. Followed by Carson Gray. Both the riders getting into the minute 11s. Fast lap times from these amateurs out there this afternoon. Great accomplishment getting into the 11s here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. Sean Kelly last time by, putting in his fastest lap of the race. He was able to open that gap back up. George Church with an 18.7, Sean Kelly an 18.3, so there's about half a second, which allowed Sean Kelly, as he's coming off the back straightaway, to have that comfortable gap to try and bring it home here in third. All right, here comes Sean Kelly. Two podiums today. Great run from Sean Kelly. Followed by the 30 of George Church. All right, with the conclusion of Veterans Canada Superbike Racing Amateur Motorsport Park for the weekend. On behalf of fans, I want to thank the racers for putting on some amazing show for us this weekend. I want to congratulate anyone who got a personal best, first win, first podium. Thank you, the marshals. Volunteer, all the marshals out there for the love of the sport, make their way out here to Atlantic Motorsport Park, and I want to thank every one of you on behalf of the racers and fans. Thank you to timing and scoring, endless work up there in the timing tower. Thank you to Lisa, Samantha, and Barb. Thank you to the two gentlemen on the start finish, Chris Troop, Kevin Stolman, down there all day, standing there, allowing us to view this excellent racing this weekend. All right, with that, I'll just let everyone know that round 3, I believe it is in July. So if you're watching the racing here this weekend, I encourage you to come back, tell family, friends about the racetrack. Encourage you to spread the word of the great racing here that is at Atlantic Motorsport Park. So until round 3, the lights are out at AMP.
check from the tower. Mic check. Mic check from the tower. Or from podiums. Mic check. Podiums. Perfect. Mic check from the podiums. Mic check from the podiums. Mic check from the podiums. Mic check.